That is the vantage point there as we're looking live at the Washington Monument. Not sure if I can see the Jefferson Memorial there, but from my vantage point. But thanks so much for streaming into this coverage. We're going to have the entire parade right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You'll see the fireworks. You'll see the thousands of soldiers marching, and just really a pay of respect and celebration to this great United States Army. If you remember, President Trump said during the Fort Bragg speech in North Carolina the other day, he said, quote, "This week, we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. And after 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong," speaking to the Army there at Fort Bragg. He said, "We are safe because you are brave, and America's flag will never fall because America's Army will never, ever fail." And I can sense the USA chants going on when that happened there in Fort Bragg. And I remember when President Trump, even at the end of it, did the Trump dance, and all of the soldiers were just going nuts, screaming about that and chanting USA. So obviously a patriotic day. This is Patriot Day in America. So glad you're streaming in with us as we've been covering conservative news since day one here back in 2015. Grassroots company, onward now to celebrating 10 years this summer. And speaking of 10 years, this Monday, June 16th, is the 10-year anniversary since President Trump went down the golden escalators at Trump Tower. That's this Monday coming up, the 16th, 10 years. And it's been great to have President Trump as the leader of the free world for pretty much all 10 years. It's been what it's been like with his leadership. So looking forward to returning to Robert McNeely there live as it is 5:45 Saturday, June 14th. Producer, are we going back to Robert right now? Okay, so we have about 30 seconds until we go back to Robert McNeely live there as the president is on his way to this huge event there on Constitution Avenue. So glad you're watching with us, and so glad you're counting on us now for so many live reports, including the White House press briefings that happen, or the executive orders signing at the White House, and all the foreign leaders that visit. Conservative media on the right side of history. Forget the mainstream, lamestream media, as Rush Limbaugh used to call it. This is the right side of history. Thank you guys for watching. We're on the same side here, the majority of the country. And hopefully more will join. Let's go to Washington, D.C. with Robert McNeely and Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, Matthew. Live from Auburn, Alabama, our studios. And we are live here in Washington, D.C. for you, the good American people, with special primetime coverage of the beautiful military parade, unlike any other, with our media colleagues and friends up here, perhaps in the greatest vantage point that anyone could have right off of Constitution Avenue. And we hope that you're enjoying today with family, with friends, perhaps cracking open a big, cold, beautiful American beer celebrating 250 years of this experiment. As Matthew said, like our founders mentioned, without the Grand Army of the Republic 250 years ago, the shots heard around the world, fired at Lexington and Concord, west of Boston, Massachusetts, were so much upheaval. The Tea Party took place, where taxation without representation happening in droves. An interesting little tidbit of history, John Adams actually represented the people in the Boston Massacre, the soldiers, who actually fired upon the colonists. It was found that some of those colonists did agitate those soldiers at the time. Amazing to see that John Adams so committed to the truth and to law and order and those values that led to a constitutional republic of law and order, all equal under God. And his first assignment post the Continental Congress and also with the founding documents of writing that Constitution, bringing it all together, being a representative from Massachusetts, the first ambassador to the Court of St. James, and those who we defeated in 1776 and beyond, becoming some of our oldest friends now, the British. John Adams had his first post as the ambassador to the United Kingdom. So think about that history before he became vice president and then, of course, the second president of the United States. We celebrate all of this today. We celebrate our history. We celebrate our culture. That's a beautiful thing about America, that regardless of where you come from, your economic background, perhaps another nation, you can come here legally and learn about and swear an oath to this great constitutional republic, and you are immediately an American. You can fly that flag high as we are celebrating all of that today. President Trump recently sharing on True Social as well from the Oval Office, welcome to the recent legal immigrants who were sworn in as American citizens. So I'd like to just point that out because people on the far left, the globalist agenda, saying he somehow does not like immigrants. Nothing could be further from the truth. We know our beautiful First Lady is an immigrant. Look how much she's given to this great nation of ours. Recently, from the Take It Down Act that was signed into law to Be Best, an initiative that helps everyone seek their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness as they see fit in this time-tested constitutional republic. As Mr. Benjamin Franklin said to the individual outside of Constitution Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, "What did you give us, Mr. Franklin?"
How's it going, everybody? Welcome here to the special, the military or the Army parade, 250 parade, and also a big happy born day to our lovely President Donald J. Trump. What a special day, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it? And especially, yes, there's a lot of business going on over with Iran and Israel, and it's exactly what, where we want to be, because obviously, what does Q says? Q has said, yes, many times, nothing can stop what is coming. What also does Q say? Israel is left for last. And it literally is, ladies and gentlemen, it is being left for last. So this is basically indication that we are heading towards the end game. And that's exactly where we want to be, right? So just give me a thumbs up, guys. You can hear me nice and clear, Carol. Everybody in the chat, just give me a quick thumbs up, okay, while we await President Trump to speak. Now, let me tell you something. President Trump is a master strategist. Okay, what's happening right now is biblical. It is literally biblical. And I'm going to show you this, that what is happening in Israel is another future proves past. Because, what you got to realize, there is so much more to what's going on than what meets the eye. And the thing is, people are just looking at what's on the surface. No, we dig deeper and we find out what's really going on based on the facts and some receipts. Now, what we'll do is, I want to show you something that is going to basically, how can I say, it's going to set the record straight. Now, a lot of Americans, and not just Americans, the West in general, they've been supporting Israel, saying, we stand with Israel, all these sort of things. No, you won't be standing with Israel much too longer, especially when you know the truth. And I'm about the truth. Now, I just want to make one thing clear. I'm about the people. So, in other words, I don't have anything against the people. It's the ones up the top, the ones that pull the strings. And I've said that time and time again. Now, what is happening right now is basically it's destiny. That's what it is. Remember, something that was created by the Rothschilds back in 1917. That's why President Trump says, he mentions World War I and World War II. Yes, we won World War I and we won World War II, but you got to really go back to what happened then. You got to go back to what happened. See, America didn't enter the war till a little bit later on. Okay, that's the facts. And with World War II, yes, the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, that pretty much ended everything. But also, remember, ladies and gentlemen, it has been, as President Trump has said, that Russia has lost a lot of people, 51 million, and nobody speaks about that genocide or that Holocaust. Because what are we always focusing on? The state of Israel. Now, what we need to remember is that Mr. Netanyahu, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, has gone out again and he's doing exactly what he did in the past. I've got the videos I'm going to show you. So basically, in the past, in 2002, he went out and he convinced the United States of America, the United Kingdom, the Western world, that Saddam Hussein, that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Come forward 2025, ladies and gentlemen, and he's trying to convince President Trump the same thing, and not only President Trump, but the Western world, once again. However, this time it's Iran. Now, you remember Iraq and Iran used to be at each other's throats. But you know this, that they've always had it on the cards. The Western, the cabal, the deep state, have had it on the cards to install their stooges in Iraq and Iran. And Iran was going to be next. Now, you think what they did to Saddam Hussein, because Saddam refused to have a central bank put on, into Iraq. He could foresee what was going on. And because he went against them, well, guess what? They conjured up this thing. And that's what I'm saying. You got to realize that, when they call Israel Satan, well, it is. It really is Satan. That's why in Scripture it says, the synagogue of Satan. And I've always shown you that. That's where it is. The fake Jews, that's where they are. Now, let me show you this video clip, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to make the world of sense. Okay, the first one that I'm going to show you is when Netanyahu said, it was on a show, a Jewish talkback show, that the lobbyists, the Jewish lobbyists, control the United States. Please pay attention.
Netanyahu, who in the 80s brags how they control America. We own the Senate, the Congress, and we have a strong Jewish lobby on our side. We have strong influence over the general public. America won't force us into anything. Half a dozen wars ago.
אבל אנחנו הולכים למסלול התנגשות עם הממשל האמריקאי. ארצות הברית זה לא מקשה אחת, זה לא מקשה אחת. יש את הסנאט, יש את הקונגרס, יש את הכוח היהודי שהוא עצום, יותר חזק משהיה אי פעם. יש דעת קהל, יש לנו כוחות כבירים בדעת הקהל שמתנגדים למדיניות הזאת, גדולי הפרשנים. אמריקה לא תכפה עלינו דבר, אם לא...
That was real. Let's go to 2002, where he convinced the UK and the US to go after Iraq and the claims of the weapons of mass destruction with their still, remember with George W. Bush? And they haven't been able to find them since. This is where I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, this is the future proves past. President Trump is a genius, and he's doing this by design. He's exposing Netanyahu and he's going to let them be their own undoing. This is Netanyahu back in 2002 claiming that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. And come through forward, 2025, what we are now, 2025, he's doing exactly the same thing from the same playbook. 2002, Prime Minister Netanyahu convinced the United States to attack Iraq because he believed Saddam Hussein was making nuclear weapons. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Q talks about, future-proofs past. And President Trump is going to expose this fool.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever. And there is no question that once he acquires it, history shifts immediately.
You heard what he just said.
The danger is
You heard what he just said about Saddam Hussein having a nuclear weapon, even though no weapons of mass destruction were found. Now think about this. This man right here is responsible for those who went to Iraq for nothing. Just think about this. He sent, from his words, our leaders sent our brothers, sisters, family, friends, sons, daughters, grandchildren over there because of this man, because of his lies. He sent them across there for a lie. A lot of them didn't come back. A lot of them got hurt. A lot of them died over there. You think President Trump doesn't know what's going on? He knows what's going on. This is what I'm saying. This is a future-proofs past. And if you're angry, you have every right to be, especially when you know people that have gone across there, fought there, died there, or have hurt themselves, in a really bad way. And just to think, ladies and gentlemen, that we were the ones that were paying for this damn war. And then you got these others here that sit there and they call him the chosen one. This guy right here, they call him the chosen one. These false prophets that come out, like Paula White Cain, like Judy Green, and many others that come out and they praise this fool right here. Okay? That man right there, the one, the deceiver, the liar. Satan's minion. You saw what he said about controlling US policy, using the Jewish lobbyists. Then you got this thing in 2002 where he lied about weapons of mass destruction that have yet to be found in Iraq. And then when I see people out there defending, and this is what makes me sick to my stomach, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that we have Americans, and I love my American brothers and sisters, but not just Americans. I'm talking about everyone worldwide. They're sitting there and they're sitting there, oh, pray for Israel. Pray for Israel. They don't realize, they don't do their research like we do. They don't follow the facts, evidence, and receipts. They're emotionally compromised. They forget about USS Liberty. They forget about Operation Susanna or the Levant affair. They forget about the dancing Israelis. Oh, yes. The dancing Israelis. That's another one. Where they were dancing while they watched the Twin Towers fall to bits. Rejoicing. And then we send across, because of that thing right there, you think about it, the dancing Israelis played us like, these Mossad, because they are Mossad. They played us like a bunch of fools. And we cheered them on from the sidelines. While we sent our brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, grandchildren over there to kill themselves. Now let that sink in for a while in your heads. And this is the thing. 9/11, it's all leading there, right there. Masada connected. Epstein Island, right there. A lot of things are going to lead right there to the Mossad, to the state of Israel. And the treachery of it all is that if even, think about this. You've seen the attacks that have been happening in Israel, haven't you? Well, you know what they do? This is how sick they are, these Zionists. And I'm talking about the ones up the top. They don't care about their own people. In fact, they use their own people as a human shield. You heard correctly. The Mossad headquarters is buried right amongst civilian population. Civilian population, the defense, civilian population. It's not on the outskirts. No. They're using their own people as a human shield. This is the sickness of these people. Now, number one, what you're seeing, Mr. Surfer, is Washington, D.C. So drop the crap, all right? That's Washington, D.C. behind me. This is where all the action's happening. Now, as I said, it should make you upset. It should make you ropeable. Because what he's done, he's doing it again. And that's what I'm saying. It's a future proves past again. Future proves past. Let's look at 2025.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year...
So you see what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. It's a future proves past. And President Trump is exposing him. He's doing it by design. Now let's see what's going on with this parade.
Accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, where the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work. and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom, the freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown, but one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's Army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, our parade is officially underway. Up first, internationally renowned as one of the world's finest professional music organizations, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone. They are the premier music organization of the U.S. Army, our nation's most senior service. Stationed at Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, Virginia, it plays an important musical role in events of national and international significance. They were founded back in 1922 by Army Chief of Staff John J. Pershing. They're led today by Colonel Bruce R. Pulver and Drum Major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing Zone is playing a melody entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled The Caissons Go Rolling Along. And in 1956, the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg as the official song of the U.S. Army, and then retitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing Zone carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier, the Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the tomb of the unknown soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamer stand is a testament to its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America. Before radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the Revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world, too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody. And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years, your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Descending at over 120 miles an hour, the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation. They open their main canopy simultaneously and negotiate the softest possible landing. I'll tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world. Fort Sumter in 1861, a nation divided. Over 4 brutal years, nearly 2 million soldiers fought to preserve the Union. Among them, 5 future presidents and the first recipients of a brand new military decoration, the Medal of Honor. With independence won, our nation's westward expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding settlers as native scouts lit the way. Immigrants joined the cause, and the Buffalo Soldiers etched a legacy of grit and honor across the American frontier. As they march by, a soldier's uniform signals their duty, their role, and their readiness. And by the late 1850s, official regulations outlined distinct looks, shaping the Army's identity and function across the force. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle, with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated, volunteer enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing the Civil War era of our nation's history, is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado. From Port Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior spirit lives on. You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime, and the legacy rides on. This is the Cav. Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. In 1914, years of escalating competition between European alliances culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. The 2 sides engage in a savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11th, 1918. We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. Remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future. This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge Touring Car. Headquartered in New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers under the command of General Blackjack Pershing hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918, 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack, rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win. Incidentally, the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery Half Section. This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery, this is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy. World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide. From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen. Flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the sky, the P-51 Mustang. from the sky, we're back down on the ground. In World War II, one vehicle led the charge, the legendary quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have a Jeep in your driveway, but not like this. The U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances. Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity. From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. In a global fight like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but olive drab remained the mark of the American soldier. Shaped by lessons from the trenches of World War I, the Army introduced two battlefield essentials: the M1 helmet, tough, stable, and built to protect under fire, and the M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast, it gave American troops a very clear edge. General George S. Patton called the M1 rifle the greatest battle implement ever designed, and history proved him right. The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army. The iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Armed Forces, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman. Actually, it was named by the British. With almost 50,000 produced during World War II, the Sherman tank was in active service until 1957. In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the Meat Chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. Quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam, and beyond, and remains in use in U.S. allies to this day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever it rolls. The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. Move up to 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II. The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase. The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed. Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this Deuce and a Half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck, was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The Deuce and a Half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. general support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayos, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, 3 iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride on march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band. The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of '71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975. Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation. And the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head-on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle. When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender. From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch. As the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader from West Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin tube-launched optically tacked wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer and was first introduced back in the 1960s. Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together to form the 1st Armored Division in 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories, shattering enemy formations. Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven and always ready. First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal. Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC. September 11, 2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less than 1% of the American population, deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army. The global war on terrorism saw the introduction of a range of new technologies on the battlefield. The 8-wheeled Stryker armored combat vehicle is the first new military vehicle to enter service in the U.S. Army since the Abrams tank back in the 1980s. The vehicle was developed to fill a gap in the Army's inventory between a lighter infantry and heavy armored unit. The Stryker armored combat vehicle enables the team to maneuver in close and urban terrain, plus provide protection in open terrain and transport infantry quickly to critical battlefield positions. The first Stryker vehicles were fielded back in 2002 with the first Stryker Brigade combat team deploying to Iraq in 2003. U.S. Army Rangers, predating the Revolutionary War, fought in the War of 1812 as part of the regular Army and patrolled the frontier from Ohio to western Illinois on horseback and by boat, with the likes of Daniel Boone and Abraham Lincoln in their ranks. After the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Rangers were called upon to lead the way in the global war on terrorism. As part of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, the 75th Ranger Regiment, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, represents a lethal, agile, and flexible force capable of conducting many complex joint special operations missions. Today's Rangers Regiment is the Army's premier direct action raid force. It is always combat ready, mentally and physically tough, and prepared to fight our country's adversaries. The U.S. Army Special Operations Command is an elite group of individuals trained to lead and succeed in protecting the country from their threats. Composed of 5 units with unique specialties, Special Operations works in small tactical teams, taking on the most challenging and sensitive missions. Military legends to service members and civilians alike, they take on terrorists through quiet guerrilla war-style missions in foreign countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army's Special Forces. The Stryker Brigade Combat Team combines the capacity for rapid deployment with survivability and tactical mobility. Adaptability and continuous transformation to overcome our enemies is vital. Fighting an elusive enemy in distant places and at home requires new tools such as unmanned aerial vehicles for surveillance and the Blue Force Tracker to see real-time details of troop movements. The United States does not face the challenging international environment alone. Our network of allies and partners is an advantage that our adversaries can never hope to match. Over 80 nations have fought alongside the United States or assisted it during the global war on terrorism. The 10th Mountain Division's climb to glory began with its establishment as the 10th Light Division in July 1943, the only one of its size in the U.S. military to receive specialized training for fighting in mountainous conditions. After periods spent inactive as a training division and as a standard infantry division, the unit returned to its roots in 1985 when it regained its Mountain Division designation. In the 1990s, the division participated in numerous humanitarian and peacekeeping operations. During the war on terrorism, the 10th Mountain Division proved their mettle as light fighters through repeated deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, since 2002, the 10th Mountain Division, based out of Fort Drum, New York, has been the most deployed regular Army unit. Its combat brigades have seen over 20 deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. To show America's military might, they have one purpose: to deter war and, if ordered, defeat the enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division. Investments in cutting-edge systems, drone technology, and AI capabilities strengthen the force, equipping soldiers with tools they need to protect the country and defend democracy. The Army has 8 Stryker Brigade combat teams, 6 in the active component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve, and the Army National Guard. The Army is continuously transforming to deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us. This transformation is not just about adapting, it's about maintaining dominance, ensuring that America's Army remains unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities. Special thanks to sponsor Palantir. Today, the U.S. Army's mission is to deploy, fight, and win our nation's wars. How? By securing ready, prompt, and sustained land dominance by Army forces across the full spectrum of the conflict as part of the joint force. Keeping the Army forces battle-ready and nimble makes transportation for the U.S. Army a very vital element. Spread across the parade today, numerous fighting vehicles, some designed for very specific functions and others for flexibility, but they all must be maintained. With over 200,000 trucks alone, wheeled vehicle mechanisms ensure that the fleet of vehicles are ready, and these mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with the M777, a lightweight howitzer. These lightweight howitzers may not look particularly lightweight, but are made from titanium. They are 7,000 pounds lighter than their predecessor, the old M198. Used by the Army since 2005, the M777 is currently being used in Ukraine. Weighing only 4,700 pounds, the M119 howitzer is smaller and is used by infantry brigades, particularly for air assault missions. It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 and is also seeing active use in Ukraine. The 7th Infantry Division, stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World War I. From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in Me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe since it was founded, the division returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934. The 7th Division, originally called the Hourglass Division due to their patch design, gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing and during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a combat aviation brigade. With the American soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys to astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people, the finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology and equipment. Coming up next, these vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISB provides enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows commanders greater freedom of movement and action. The ISB provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success. When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
The Army has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home in his uniform, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Clear for takeoff.
My motivation, I think it follows in line, I think, with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
I'm a very, let's say, timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Working with a group and my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
All right, ready to go? Ready to go. I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day. Keep you powered up, keep
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
I joined the military service because I want to deploy. That's my main goal, is deploy, deploy, deploy.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what I want to do. My team leaders and squad leaders, they know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task. We jump so frequently so that our jump masters and paratroopers are ready to deploy.
I'm very passionate about being a jump master. The paratroopers, they see you and, you know, they believe in you. I love to instill that confidence with my passion into those paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Drop them clear for personnel drop.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific Theater and the Arctic, and on order decisively defeat any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels. Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves, wheeled vehicle mechanics supervise and perform maintenance, repair, and recovery operations on vehicles that serve the Army in a variety of mission-critical roles. Included in the array of mobile artillery such as Paladins and the Abrams tank is the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle known as the JLTV. It's highly adaptable, providing protected and sustained mobility for personnel and payloads. The JLTV is known for its off-road capability while providing armor against small arms and improvised explosive devices. The JLTV right there. The U.S. Army Reserve is inseparably linked to America's long-standing citizen soldier tradition. Organizationally, the Reserve's roots lie in the Medical Reserve Corps, established back in 1908 to provide a ready reserve of medical manpower. This organization was folded into the new offices of the Officers Reserve Corps in 1917. Reserve organizations furnished crucial manpower to the Army during World War I and were merged into 1920 into the Organization of Organized Reserve. During World War II, the Army activated 26 Organized Reserve infantry divisions, and roughly a quarter of the Army's officer corps came from the reserve during the conflict. During the Korean War, the Organized Reserve Corps was reorganized and redesignated the U.S. Army Reserve. The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower for the force during times of need, gradually transitioning from a strategic force to an operational force in response to the pressures of the war on terrorism. In the 170,000 Army Reserve soldiers and 11,000 civilians serving their home communities, and when needed, they can quickly mobilize. The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without the Army Reserve. They are an important component of Army readiness. Let's have a big hand for the Army Reserve. Today and tomorrow's Army looks to increase safety and survivability, create efficiency, and streamline processes. The Stryker is a great example of assessing evolving needs and developing the solution. Strykers provide a balance between heavy armor and infantry brigade and combat teams. When Americans hear the name Bastogne, they remember one of World War II's most heroic defenses, the Battle of the Bulge. Surrounded by German forces in the frozen forests of Belgium in December 1944, soldiers of the 101st Airborne held the line. The unit before you is a platoon from the multi-purpose company's 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies. Modern, mobile, and mission-ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next-generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move through most terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on the S-MET, the C-100, and right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now. The Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport, tank killer, and to match speed with an Abrams tank, but Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley accompanies American troops often with the M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast and Whispering Death because of its firepower, accuracy while moving, and its stealth. Together, they offer mobility and firepower, a fearsome combination. And high in the sky, the AH-64 Apache. It's the premier attack helicopter in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30mm cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and can operate in poor visibility and in the black of night. With more than 1,280 aircraft in operation accumulating over 5 million flight hours, 1.3 million of which have been in combat, the AH-64 Apache represents the backbone of the U.S. Army's attack helicopter fleet and a growing number of international defense forces. Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness. The Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. Replacing soldiers, robot dogs can explore terrain that may be difficult for soldiers to traverse, dispose of explosive ordnance, and act in defensive posture or aggressive capacity when armed. The Ghost Robot Dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint. As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world. one of the most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny. This is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf. Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits undergo initial entry training, a highly intense and a challenging training period aimed at developing a soldier's physical and mental toughness, instill discipline, train them in essential combat skills, and foster teamwork. IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. The Virginia Military Institute, on a mission to produce citizen soldiers, men and women educated for civilian life, prepared to serve their country in the armed forces. VMI counts a Nobel Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients, and a Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, students at Virginia Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets. While cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch of the United States military or pursue other careers, those in Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Blue Ridge Battalion commissions approximately 130 second lieutenants, ensuring that excellence in leadership continues in generations to come. The Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the 3rd oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required at graduation, more than 120 students earn their commission each year through the Army Senior ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, Texas A&M University is home to both Army ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets' central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Warrior Training Battalion at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army. In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington Retention Team. Shaping tomorrow's Army, West Point's most inspiring cadets remind us that America's future is courageous and in capable hands.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing Caroline Robinson. I'm representing my company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm representing the United States Army, and ultimately, I'm representing the United States of America.
I really came to West Point because belief in the American dream and giving back to our country.
You're a part of something that is much bigger than yourself. You're a part of a tradition of excellence and a legacy that's connected not only to the Academy, but to the American Army.
I'm surrounded by people who want to make themselves better and serve our country.
Excellence is their baseline, and that to me is what it means to be a West Point cadet.
From the earliest days of our nation, this supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation to generation, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
My brother preceded me here, and originally I didn't really know what West Point was until he came. But when I saw the mission that they were committed to, of upholding the principles of American democracy and protecting the Constitution, I knew it was somewhere I had to be.
Every time that we lived outside of the United States, I always developed this sense of gratitude and pride of being an American, and I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped up the blouse and I put the belt on for the first time that I realized that I was going to be serving my country, and it felt right. West Point was the place that I needed to be, and more importantly, the Army was where I wanted to be.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders, that we're all fighting for the same thing. I mean, there was no better feeling in the world knowing that every single person around you is committed and willing to die for that mission.
You came for excellence, you came for duty, you came to serve your country, and you came to show yourselves that you are among the smartest, toughest, strongest, most lethal warriors ever to walk on this planet.
What excites me the most about my future in the Army is the opportunity that I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. And I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Left. Pace. Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton, reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name.
I
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Ranger School is the best life insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able to close with and destroy the enemy and defend our nation's interests forward.
Surrender is not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
It all starts at the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep, forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come to God moment, I take my PC off my patrol cap, and on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation, and I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder that there's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying, it's called as the tab turns. So Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always going to put you in scenarios that is going to test for your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's going to check you out. And what's going to get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers train all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not going to leave until I get it, so just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops, Warren Ziders.
Like she knows I'm lonely. Rolls up when the wine's gone like a record on repeat. Laying on old memories and talking about what it used to be. She'd probably be the death of me, but damn if it ain't sweet. She's my pretty little poison, my heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips just like cyanide. Yeah. she wants me. Try my best not to fall where she falls into me. We all need some kind of fix. For me, she's the one to pick. Nothing else will do the trick. She's all I need. She's my pretty little poison. My heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips, just like cyanide. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't mind. I'll go out on that high every time. She's my pretty little poison. My pretty little poison. For some, I guess it's alcohol. I don't want none of y'all. I just want you. No, I just want you. My pretty little poison. My heartache in the night with a kiss on her lips, just like cyanide. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't mind. I'll go out on that high every time. She's my pretty little poison. My pretty little poison. She's my little poison. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I'm nervous, but I would just like to say thank you so much for having me here tonight. I am just so fortunate to be here in front of y'all, and thank you guys so much for what you guys do. And honestly, happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday. This next song was loved by y'all. So if you know the words, please sing along. This song's called Ride the Lightning, y'all. Mama always said I was born on the white side. Yes, she did. One foot in the flames and the other trying to walk the line. Can't say I never saw it coming. I can see the warning signs. Mama always said I was born on the wild side. I guess Mama was right. 'Cause when the clock strikes midnight, gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good, Lord lifts me high, singing oh when they call me home, singing oh when they call me home. There's a man in a black coat standing at a crossroads with a pen in his hand and a long list of lost souls. They say he flips a coin, fools at a fool's gold. There's a man in a black coat standing at a crossroads. I hope he lets me pass by when I close my eyes. Gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder, till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good, Lord, lifts me high. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Gonna ride the lightning, ride the lightning, ride the We got one more chorus, y'all. Gonna ride the lightning, feel the thunder, till the darkness pulls me under. Gonna fly on wings of fire, breathing good, Lord, lifts me high. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Singing, oh, when they call me home. Gonna ride the lightning. Gonna ride the lightning. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody here, everybody that is attending tonight, I just want to say thank you so much. And I'll leave y'all with this. I'm more anxieties, y'all. Thanks for having me. It has been my honor, ladies and gentlemen. I really mean that. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to the Army. Happy birthday to our President, Donald Trump. Amen, y'all. God bless America, baby!
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have gone anywhere. You could have gone to any school. Matt's incredible heroism helped ensure that not a single American soldier died in the Battle of Shock Valley. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. The dignity, daring, and devotion of the American military is unrivaled anywhere in history and any place in the world. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. Our citizens know that you're standing guard, killing terrorists, crushing our enemies, and keeping America safe. But you're also keeping it strong and proud and mighty and free. This week we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their incredible families, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform. Our debt to you is infinite and everlasting. With the grace of God, America will always prevail.
Well, let me say to the thousands of Americans who traveled from distant towns and across state lines to be here today, this is your national capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. We are thrilled to have you. This evening, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, the oldest branch of the greatest fighting force ever known to man, I want to say to all the soldiers all across our nation's capital and all across the world, happy birthday, soldiers. We're proud of you. And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence. And one of the things the President of the United States has told his entire administration, from the Vice President on down, is that we must remember that the young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them, we must respect them, we must fight for them, and that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day. And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to. And number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely. Now, I know I am the last thing standing between event, and that is a dangerous place to be with a lot of soldiers in the audience. So let me just say a couple of quick additional thoughts. First of all, June the 14th is, of course, the birthday of the Army. It is, of course, the birthday of the President of the United States, and happy birthday, Mr. President. But I would get in trouble if I didn't mention that it's also my wedding anniversary. And so to my lovely wife, I love you, honey, happy anniversary, and thank you for everything that you do for our country. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of the United States military, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you to Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady, and above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning, so to every veteran across our land and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world, with the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775. Liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne, asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them." He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, "They've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards." This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best, they are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now, and our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American soldier will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, on behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you to defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, sing it with me. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Light up your cell phone. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless the United States Army. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, U.S. Army.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Army, for 2 years.
Thank you so much for serving alongside my grandfather and my great-grandfather, for your service, for your country, for your family. And I just want to say thank you from a generation that may not have known your name, but I get to live in the freedom because of it.
I want to thank all the U.S. service members, men and women, and especially the Army for their 250th birthday. Thank you very much.
My grandpa served in the Army in World War II as part of the 82nd Airborne. Thank you, Army, for everything that you do.
My brother Rob and my son Alec both served in the U.S. Army. We thank you for your courage, your sacrifices, and the burdens that you may now carry.
Thank you so much for doing what you do, putting your lives on the line for other men like me to live the life I live.
And I just want to say happy birthday to the U.S. Army, congratulating them on 250 years. I want to give a big shout out to my Uncle Zadie, who served in the Army, and thank you for all you do.
I'm very thankful for the dedication and the hard work of the men and women of the U.S. Army.
Hi, American soldiers. Thank you for all you do. Love you.
Our freedom is not free, and we know that we are free because of you and your efforts.
Thank you to our Army active duty and veterans for protecting our rights and freedoms. Comes at an immeasurable cost.
Wishing you the best. Happy birthday. Go on.
Happy birthday, Army. Thank you to everybody who's serving today and has served in the past.
Love you guys and girls. Thank you so much for everything you do.
A big thank you to the men and women that serve our country and everything you guys do for us.
Thank you, Army, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Army.
Happy birthday, Army.
Happy 250th.
When I raised my right hand, I swore an oath to every generation before me. I wear the same branch insignia as the soldiers who crossed the Delaware. Before there was a nation, there was an army.
usually costs.
I serve because unity is worth the fight.
I carry that legacy forward every time I put on this uniform.
Both of my grandfathers served in the Second World War. They answered the challenges of their time, and it is my goal in this uniform to answer and meet the challenges of my time head on.
He ain't heaven, he's my brother.
Duty, honor, country. Those three solid words irreverently dictate what you want to be, what you can be, what you will be.
The heads are up, the chests are out, the arms are swinging, a cadence count. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. Bring on now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Bring on.
There's a strength in these bonds. There's a realness to these bonds. It's not just because this is your team, it's because your life depends on these people.
I am an American soldier.
I'm a warrior and a member of the team.
I serve the people of the United States and live the Army values.
I will never accept defeat.
I will never quit.
Trained and proficient in my warrior task and drill.
I am an expert and I am a professional. Enemies of the United States of America in close combat.
I am a guardian of freedom and the American way of life.
I am an American soldier.
I am an American soldier.
I am an American soldier.
when I'm outside guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier. It is one of the most honorable jobs I think that I could have had in the military. I think about those soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than love.
And I will always do my duty, no matter what the price. Hey, I've counted up the cost, I know the sacrifice. Oh, and I don't want to die for you, but if dying's asking me, I'll bear that cross with honor. Hey, freedom don't come free. I'm an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. With liberties in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. Man, I'm out here on your front line. Sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American.
It was a humbling experience putting on this uniform. I believe this uniform is a symbol of trust, and it represents the highest ideals of our country.
Through the night with a light from
Thank you for joining us on this historic occasion. A special thanks to Scott's Miracle Grow and all of the terrific America 250 sponsors that helped make this monumental event happen. And to you here in our audience or watching at home, to those in our U.S. military who are currently serving, have served, or being remembered, thank you for celebrating in the greatest country in the world. God bless you and God bless America. Good night.
Where the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us pledge allegiance to a land that's free. God bless America indeed. On this beautiful 250th anniversary, happy birthday to the Army. Army Strong, which kicks off a Jubilee year of celebrating this great country, nearly 250 years young. This is the first military parade in Washington, D.C. since George H.W. Bush's administration, and it looks like we might be having this in the future with fireworks right over the Washington Monument. A beautiful conclusion and celebration to this star-studded evening. We had incredible uniforms from the beginning of 1775 through modern war machines and even some robotic dogs that you might have caught as part of all of this celebration tonight. And again, happy birthday, Mr. President. It coincides Flag Day and Donald John Trump's 79th birthday. A wonderful celebration this evening. Thank you to our sponsors, Colonial Metals Group, for being with us here on the right side of history. Well, China is dumping U.S. bonds, grabbing prime American farmland, and rolling out its new digital currency. Look, I hate to end the doom talk after the fun of tonight, but it's pretty clear that Communist China is plotting a financial Pearl Harbor. So the one inflation-proof method for your retirement and your savings, Colonial Metals Group. Give them a call today, 866-317-2159, freegoldguide.com/RSBN, 866-317-2159, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. And thank you as well to our allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They are your go-to for ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, essential medications, over 200 antibiotics, as well as emergency medical kits that you can use in a disaster. We thought it would rain on us today. It did not happen. It could later on. But what if there's a storm in your life? It could be financial. It could be a natural disaster. You need that medicine cabinet.
A camouflaged locomotive and a whole bunch of armored vehicles. Some might call this the real Trump train, but I want to tell you about where it's going and how railroads make moves like this all the time. We'll talk about it all next. It's late in the afternoon on June 5th, 2025, and it certainly looks like a normal day in Fairburn, Georgia. Down the tracks, a CSX local is busy switching cars. But the cargo that's about to blow through here is anything but normal. This train is led by a partially camouflaged locomotive numbered 1776. The engine is nicknamed the Spirit of our Armed Forces. Behind that, a blue locomotive celebrating CSX's company culture. But what'll really catch your eye is all the military vehicles this train is pulling. I'm talking about Abrams tanks, Paladin howitzers, Bradley fighting vehicles, Strykers, and more. So where's all this firepower going? Well, it'll eventually be unloaded outside Washington, D.C. and Jessup, Maryland, in preparation for a massive parade that celebrates the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. That branch of the U.S. military was established by the Second Continental Congress on June 14, 1775. It was known then as the Continental Army. Now, June 14, 2025 will see troops, vehicles, and aircraft on display in Washington. But this huge showing of firepower has sparked some controversy. Oh, and that day is also President Donald Trump's 79th birthday. But before we dive into all that, let's see where this train began its journey. This video is courtesy of the U.S. Army. It shows loading operations happening at Fort Cavazos in Texas on May 20th, 2025. Some military posts actually have railheads that allow troops to load their vehicles onto trains for shipment around the country. Flat cars with Department of Defense markings allow tracked vehicles to roll from car to car. Then soldiers chain everything down. Now, you may think this is unusual for troops to be loading all their equipment onto a train, but it's really not.
Railroad operations, it is a constant in the United States Army. So what you're seeing behind us, the taking the tanks, the Bradleys, Strykers onto rail cars, tying them down, we do it every time we go to the National Training Center in Fort Irwin, California. Or if units are going to the Joint Readiness Training Center in Fort Polk, Louisiana, or if they're going on a rotation or deployment, and this is nothing new. So if anything, this is another opportunity for soldiers to train, to be ready, and it increases their proficiency in conducting this type of operation.
And if you were wondering, in some places, the U.S. Army does have its own locomotives. Operations like this don't just happen stateside. Members of the U.S. Armed Forces also move their vehicles and supplies by rail in other countries. This video shows soldiers unloading empty rocket pods in Poland. And this footage was shot at U.S. Army Garrison Humphreys in South Korea. Notice how, even though the rail cars are being used overseas, they still have U.S. markings. Back in Texas, this train has 28 M1126 Strykers, 28 M2A3 Bradley fighting vehicles, 28 Abrams M1A2 main battle tanks, 7 M109A7 Paladins, and other military vehicles. But the upcoming parade will show off even more than what you see here.
This is about 50% of the approximately 150 vehicles that are going to be in the Army Birthday Parade on 14 June. So overall, there are going to be 6,600 soldiers marching in the parade.
And here's the assembled train, led by a BNSF 25th anniversary locomotive, leaving Fort Cavazos on June 2nd, 2025. Now, by the time I saw this thing on June 5th, the BNSF motors were taken off and CSX power was in the lead. I was able to catch this train a second time, not too far from downtown Atlanta. Of course, moving all this equipment on the rails is one thing, but rolling it down the streets of DC has raised some concerns. Some worry about these machines tearing up the road. This could happen when a tracked vehicle makes a sharp turn. However, the Army Corps of Engineers plans to install steel plates at turning locations. And check this out. Railroad spikes are being used to help anchor them. rubber track pads have also been installed on the vehicles. Of course, parades are nothing new in Washington, D.C., but this one will be big and costly. The Associated Press reports that this celebration will cost an estimated $25 to $45 million. President Trump actually tried to make a parade like this happen during his first term. He apparently was inspired by Bastille Day celebrations that he watched in France. Now, we don't talk politics on this channel. You can decide on your own whether or not you agree with how all this is being done. But no matter what you think about this grand celebration, it'll definitely be a spectacle, just like this train. And hey, 250 years and the Army is still rolling along.
First to fight for the right and to build the nation's might, and the Army goes rolling along. Proud of all we have done, fighting till the battle's won, and the Army goes rolling along. And it's high, high, hey, the Army's on its way. Down of the games on its front. Oh, wherever we go, you'll always know that the Army goes rolling along.
How was that, guys? It was very interesting, wasn't it? Not interesting. Let me tell you what I thought about the whole thing. I was mind blown. Just absolutely mind blowing stuff. I know what this was done for. I write some notes down, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to share it with you. I believe that this was done for a reason, and I know what the reason was. The parade was to reconnect everybody with the military and how important and significant they are, to restore also the pride that has been lost. Also, it's to get people used to them being around, not being hidden. Remember the deep state, what were they doing? They were weakening them, making them insignificant, eliminating them very slowly. The military represents strength, and they truly are the ones that protect their fellow brothers and sisters. Ask yourself, why are they doing this? It certainly ain't for the money, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. To sacrifice your life the way they do, to put everything on the line like they do. Let's be honest, it's not about the money. It goes way and beyond. Way and beyond. To put your life on the line, and you could be a father, a mother, and yet you're willing to sacrifice your life for a much bigger picture. The picture is huge. And as I said, I truly believe that this was done by design to reconnect everybody, to unite with the military, to realize how important they are. And President Trump did that. It was a parade like no other. Now, there was some people in the chat which I truly agree with you, and very observant of you as well, that the amount of tanks that they actually brought with those trains, what they showed on the parade was not even half of it. And that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, they're up there. They're up there for a reason. And this is what we've got to remember. This has all got to happen when you know, as I said, look, it can't be expected. Now, like I've said, you've got the assets in place. Now think about this. Hadn't he done that? And he started rolling in the tanks. Just think about this for a moment. And he started rolling in the tanks. People would be alerted. The deep state would be trying to find a way out. That'd be, remember what Q Drop 34 says, about, to give them false leaks. Otherwise, they'll be getting, trying to, and then the military would have to, obviously do special ops to bring him back. So, how do you not alert everybody? Because if you saw all that military hardware make its way into DC, you'd be seeing a lot of people running. The mainstream media would have lost the plot completely and would have made out that he's a dictator. And this is the thing we've got to realize, ladies and gentlemen, that he's a genius. President Trump, he's a genius. Just another parade? Sorry, just another riot. Remember the riots are happening? And everyone was looking at the riots. No, don't worry about the parade. Don't worry about all the trains going there. Focus on the LA riots. Riot was a distraction, like many other things. The parade, guys, yes, it had its purpose. But remember, a master strategist like President Trump doesn't just think on one level, multiple levels. Now you think about it, yes, it restored a lot of pride. Now think about this. Not only did it restore pride in those that are living in the United States, but the world, ladies and gentlemen, the world was watching. And it restored a lot of pride in a lot of us, in a lot of the masses as well. President Trump, did what he did to restore the pride, not only in the United States, but also to bring back, shall we say, what we hold dear to our hearts, what we value, which is unity. Through that parade right there, we all felt that common unity, that connection, and it doesn't matter where you're from. We're all in this together. And that was because of this man. And as I said, you do the parade, sure. You bring up all that artillery. But then where does the artillery go? Does the ones that belong in the museum go back to where they're meant to go? But the ones that are meant to stay there are going to stay there. Now, another thing is, think about this. Have a look at what happened. We were waiting for those flag poles, right? Those flag poles. One on the north, in the north side, and one on the south side. Right? The north garden and the southern garden. Where were they? They were nowhere to be found. No, I didn't see them. Did you see them? I didn't see them. You didn't see those two flag poles, did you? No. None of us saw them. Now think about this. They're just two flag poles with a bit of cement. Now now let's look at it from a logical standpoint. You saw all that setup in Washington, D.C., all the, that whole setup, what they set up for the parade. And they did it within a matter of a couple of days. Like, all these, the stands and all the, the whole thing. Do you think for a moment that it would take weeks upon weeks to create two flagpoles? When you put it on the scope of things, when you compare it to what the military have done, you know what I mean? They set up that whole thing. The grandstands and all that sort of stuff, the whole, box and dice. And those 2 flagpoles aren't up yet? Are you kidding me right now? Let's be honest. Those 2 flagpoles, yeah, you got the right team. You could smash those two flagpoles in one day. No problem whatsoever, right? You got the arsenal, you got the equipment, and you got the manpower. You go there, right? And you smash those poles in there without a problem. And you're telling me that those 2 flagpoles still haven't been completed. Those flagpoles are going to come out at the appropriate time. Do you see what it means to look at things in a different light, different logical standpoint when you compare things? Because, you know, as I said, those 2 flagpoles, that could be done within with the right equipment, the right amount of people. You could do it within hours. Right, you go and do that side, we'll do this side. Bang. Even if you call the Army Corps of Engineers to do it, they'll do it within 2.5 seconds. Right? This is all part of this is what people got to realize, that this is all part of the master strategy of this man. Everything's got to happen in a sequence. Like as I said, now that he's got his assets in place, oh no, don't worry, it's just a parade. Now that he's got his assets in place, because put it this way, the amount of equipment that was on display to the amount of equipment that was supposed to be there, there's indiscrepancies. Right? Indiscrepancies. So, as I said, you know, you've got all these other, you know, display, you know, the tanks, the old cars, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you take them back to the museum. But then you had all these other things, the robot dogs, the drones, all these things. Now, do you think they're going to go back? No. No, we had this little parade now, and then that's going to basically, shall we say, everyone's going to, you know, remember it. It was great. But they're not going to be thinking about, is the equipment still there in DC? There's no way. And this is the thing, you know, how do you shift your assets in place? Doesn't Q says assets are in place? Have a military parade that no one will question you why all the heavy artillery is in DC. Because, you know what, you could see what's coming. Let's checkmate for the deep state. Now, we're waiting for 11.3 marker. Now, 11.3 means the end of occupation as per the war manual, right? Which means when the military step down. But then you've got 11.4, which is when we're under temporary military control. Now, you've heard President Trump say, I would like to be a dictator for a day. Well, that's probably the day you would pick, when you hit 11.4. But then when we finish these, you know, occupations, shall we say, of the territory, right? Or you cease those, the military cease to occupy, you would expect to see that POW flag come down, wouldn't you? Correct? You would see that black flag, but no, that black flag is still up there. Right? It's still up there, and we know what it means. And we have seen it come down, but it's been special times when it's come down. Right? Now, you know, we thought it was going to be Flag Day today. It's Flag Day, right? Then we thought, well, okay, it's Flag Day. Then we're going to see those flag posts. No, it couldn't be any incorrect. It couldn't be any wrong. We assumed that because it was Flag Day, that we were going to see those 2 flag posts make their, you know, presence, but no. They were nowhere to be found. And then I saw some weirdness with, shall we say, the fireworks. I don't know, and someone did pick it up. There's a, maybe it was some digital noise off the video, who knows. But haven't you noticed that it was always these fireworks were going behind that thing? Like, it was that thing over there, behind that, the obelisk, all the fireworks. It was like, okay, does that mean that thing's going to go down in a ball of flames, like in fireworks? Maybe. Anything and everything is possible. Remember, we are heading towards uncharted waters. I mean, you're seeing what's happening right now with Iran and Israel. Now, you know that what did Netanyahu say? He said that they got weapons of mass destruction. It's exactly what Netanyahu said back in 2002 to the United States and to the Western world. It's another future-proofs past. President Trump is actually aligning everything up. Now, these are, people got to realize there are controlled military operations taking place. Because at the end of the day, how are you going to bring in a narrative? How did people think we were going to have a worldwide EBS, people punching on in DC? You know what's funny? When I saw that No King's Day, I started rolling around. I started laughing about it. And I thought to myself, what does that mean? Well, I know what that means. No king, see you later, Charlie boy. You know what I mean? No king. It's just a play on words. And you know what Q says, ladies and gentlemen? That it's checkmate. No king, checkmate. See you later. The stage is set. Well, the stage is set. Everything's been lined up. Can you see? It's a play on words. No King Day. Yeah, they made it out, it was like about Trump, but you couldn't be any more wrong. Remember what Hugh says about, the checkmate, the king. Let's bring up that drop right there. Okay, because we've got to remember, number one, the things that have to happen for a reason. So we go to Q drop 4281. Sorry, guys, I'm just laughing. The genius of this man, he just makes me bring a smile on my face. He literally does. Okay? Q drop 4281. How about a nice game of chess? Yes, because we're playing with a master chess player, and he's a master chess player himself. Objective and checkmate the king. So when you checkmate a king, ladies and gentlemen, what does that mean? No king, doesn't it? See you later. Goodbye. Finished. And remember, when you're playing chess, you got to do the pawns, bishops, rooks, and all that sort of stuff. And then it's at the end, that's when you go after the king. Well, I would say we're pretty much at the end. Especially when you keep getting those comms, no King Day. Ha ha. Thank you very much on those play of words. We know what that means. 5 of 5. Comms are crystal clear. We know President Trump is in control. The deep state, yes. Would you say panic in DC? Definitely. That's another Q drop we can say, ladies and gentlemen, because think about why this. And that's what I'm saying. You've got to look at the whole thing. Why isn't it coming up? Panic in DC. Isn't it panic? Oh, yeah, it's panic in DC. That's why it's called. Yes. Panic in DC. Without the space. There we go. Yeah, we're literally watching 4 movies. Enjoy the show. Well, we've got Panic in DC. That's playing in, theatre number 5. Yeah. What did you see the fireworks? Where was it, all the fireworks behind? Wasn't it behind this thing? Yeah, no, we've been enjoying the show. Don't you worry. And I'm sure the deep state are panicking because did you see Rubio's face? No, Rubio didn't look too happy for some reason. And even Joni Ernst, oh yes, good old Joni, right? You know the one that, do you think, you haven't seen Joni before, right? Think about this. Joni's not somebody that you see as in a main figure, right? Let's be honest. You don't see Joni being the main lead. And today, they happen to introduce her. Okay, why? I mean, probably because of this. Because she's part of the deep state. That's why. And did you notice that they also mentioned about Plantier, which we know Plantier is to do with all that, profiteering off war and stuff like that. The same with Lockheed Martin. Thank you very much, Lockheed. Thank you. Thank you for paying for making our military strong again. Because before, you were making money, all right, but you weren't about making the military strong again. And you could see, look, Joni didn't look too happy either. And she shouldn't be too happy, especially when you got this going on. All right, now remember what his Q says, those who scream the loudest. All these idiots have been jumping up and down, haven't they? And obviously, we love Israel. Yes, we know why you love Israel, Joni. We know why Rubio loves Israel as well, because he's also greased off by AIPAC. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the genius of this man. He's an absolute genius. I love President Trump. I have so much respect for him. People think that, because I say things that I don't. No. President Trump respects people that actually, they're not suck-ups, right? No. He doesn't like suck-ups. He likes people that are real. Now, for example, you would have seen this today, right? Let me just show you. I'll bring this little thing up there so we can have a look and have a... Right, you would have seen that. Parade. And it's like, that's very interesting. Why would President Trump misspell something? No, you know what he's doing. He's doing it deliberately. And you know what we work with? Mirrors. Mirrors are important, as you know. Q says, mirrors are fundamental. Well, it is. Our great military parade is on. Rain or shine, remember, a rainy day parade. I'm thinking, why would he misspell it? Well, we know there's always something to it, don't we? It brings good luck. Oh, yes. I'll see you all in DC, and we'll see you there. Don't you worry. We know what's coming our way. And we know that, what are we expecting? Aren't we expecting 11.3 marker? Well, what if I was to tell you right there, pay attention to your screen, and I'll show you what I mean. Number one, where is it? I've got it here somewhere, guys. Just give me a quick sec. It'll be here. I've got it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Found it. Right. Have a look, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty simple. Number one, parade. The first one, he's got it right there. And the second one is misspelt it. So we've got A equals 1, E equals 5. Put those two numbers together, you get 15. Right? There you go. And we go to what, ladies and gentlemen? Q drop 15, don't we? And what does Q drop 15 mean? I know what it means. Do you all know what it means? Top it in the chat. All right? I'm very interested to see how many people will respond. Okay? Because you know what? You know we've been speaking about this. Those who know and watch what I say and decode will know what that means. It means 11.3. Right? You go to Q drop 15. And you know, there are no more coincidences. That's right. We're finished with the coincidences. They don't exist. All right? We're way beyond that. And as I said, Q drop 15, let's bring that one up. Before I do that, how about a thumbs up? Great comments to share around the place, guys. Come on. We all got to do our bit. Here we go. 11.3. But also, who have we seen recently? Oh, yes. Oh, who's about to propose? Alex Soros to good old Homer Aberdeen. Can you believe that garbage? So we know 11.3 was Podesta going to be a best man or something. No, 11.3, we know what it means. It's Podesta. All the roads lead to Hillary, blah, blah. Yeah, we get it. We know it's the end of occupation. We know that what's coming their way. But then by no coincidence do we get this going on. Good old Homer. All right? And, might as well call it a sense of humour. Because, let me show you. Soros and Aberdeen are going to get married. Right? Oh, yes. No, they're going to have a little shindig and all that kind of crap. Yeah, no, here we go. Homer Aberdeen. Oh, what's this? Are they getting married? Here we go. Marries. Did they get married? Oh, okay. Marries Alex Soros in the Hamptons. Oh, congratulations, you idiots. Okay. Wearing 2 custom dresses. Now, what comes to my mind, number one, is let's have a look if there's any shenanigans going on. All right. Homer Aberdeen marries Alex Soros in the Hamptons. It just happens to be that we got, Q Drop 15. Have a great parade, yeah, okay, in the Hamptons. John Podesta can be your best man. There's the lovely couple. Maybe go for green. You know what I mean? Yeah, go for green. The little butterfly there. What does it represent? Yeah, we know what that represents. So they got married, eh? That's very interesting. How can you get married if you've got a mouthful of flies? That's my question. Would they allow these entities to go around the place? No, I don't think so. But you can see how ridiculous. I wonder if Anthony Weiner was invited and Hillary. Maybe Hillary was the maid of honor or matron of honor. Is it maid of honor or matron? I think it's the matron. That's right. If you're married, you become the matron of honor. Yeah, no, I think maybe Hillary was the matron of honor. 25 billion. Let's go to Q Drop 25. Coincidence? No, there are none. Yes, we get 11.3 again. Proof to begin. 11.3. We all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. God bless. We got 15. And then we went, it talks about Homer Aberdeen in Q Drop 15. It talks about Podesta. It talks about 11.3. And it also talks about Homer. And we know by no coincidence that we're getting Homer Aberdeen, that she got married to Alex Soros. And we know that, it said 25 billion grant-making foundation founded by his father. So 93-year-old billionaire George Soros and the chairman of the Open Society Foundation, 25 billion. We go to Q Drop 25, ladies and gentlemen, and we get 11.3 again. Thank you very much. 5 of 5, comms are clear. We know what's coming our way. Just bring it along a lot quicker. Because we're looking forward to some, shall we say, some arrests. That's what we want to see. But also, we've been seeing a lot of other things. I mean, especially with what's going on with Iran and Israel. And there's also other players that are getting involved, it's going to be phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the amount of things that are happening right now is just basically a perfect storm that's coming our way. So there we go. You can't call it a coincidence, eh? You just can't. And Iran apparently has been striking the crap out of Israel. Israel's been going around spreading propaganda as it usually does and says, no, Iran are just a bunch of backward idiots that don't know how to shoot off a rocket. And they've been plummeting and destroying, shall we say, all their specific sites in Israel. I mean, look, this is the other thing you got to realize. Iran's not stupid. Iran's not stupid at all. Now, Iran, okay, they got decoys. People don't realize that they got decoys. They specialize in decoys as far as buildings, as far as equipment, as far as, they don't think that they're that stupid. All right? And, oil, they got plenty of it. Yeah, so what? You destroyed a field, who cares? Don't you worry about that. But look, there's a lot of escalation happening, a lot of things that are occurring, and we are expecting more and more things to shall we say, happen as we progress. Now, you're probably noticing all these things like, oh yeah, Air India, that's old news now. Don't worry about that. Even though that's another wider production, there's also all these other things, all these distractions. And it's like, do we bother with these distractions? Seriously. And there's more and more of these distractions manifesting. And in some cases, the masses are getting fatigued by the amount of news out there. Now, what do? No, we're not going to get fatigued. We're the observers. We look at things from a logical standpoint. We don't get emotionally attached, and we stay our course. That's what we got to do. Now, President Trump knows all this. He knows all this. And he's playing a very strategic game. Just put it that way. The commander-in-chief knows what he's doing. And don't think for a moment that Iran is running rampant and no. This is all controlled military operations. Now think about this. When did the attacks happen with Israel? October the 7th. And we all know what that means, right? Back in the day, October 7th. We all know what that means. October equals 10. 7 day. Add those numbers up. 17 equals Q. That's what we look for. We get those comms. We know these are controlled military operations and they're necessary in order to reintroduce a narrative. Now, like I just showed you before the parade, Netanyahu was always a bad seed. And you've seen back in 2002, like I showed you in that video, how he went out there and manipulated the United States, UK, the West, into this. But you know what? You got to realize that there are degenerate puppets. So the leaders that, like George W. Bush and all the world leaders, the Western leaders that, because we all went in, did the Iraq thing as well, that they were degenerates. And what they needed to do you think about it? Why does a leader go on national TV or international, go out there, worldwide coverage, like Netanyahu did, and plead his case about weapons of mass destruction at the time in 2002, because it's about winning the hearts and the minds of the mass consciousness. That's what it comes down to at the end. When you go right down to the nuts and bolts, they stage these false flag events. Now, these false flag events are done by design for a reason. So they can win the hearts and the minds of the mass consciousness. And once they got that, they go and they do what they do. Now, let's have a look at what happened with 9/11. And you know about the dancing. Have you heard about the dancing Israelis? How about I roll this clip and let me show you what the dancing Israelis were. Because people got to get it that it goes so deep. There's so many layers involved. This is not the first time that the state of Israel has committed atrocities. Not just against the United States, not just against the world. And I've always said that Israel was created to destabilize the Middle East. That Middle East was created by the cabal. It's about controlling people. It's all about control. And once you realize that these countries are created to control population and to divide population as well, that's when you could see, you take the blinders off and you can see what's really going on. How about we look at this video right here, ladies and gentlemen? Let's pay attention to the screen.
It was widely reported that men had been celebrating the attack after recording the first plane strike. They were not Al-Qaeda, but they were detained.
I grabbed my binoculars and I could see the towers from my window. And this is where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, down there, I see this van park. And I see 3 guys on top of the van. And I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked.
There was a group of Israelis, some of whom later were revealed as Mossad assets, who were arrested after cheering and high-fiving and videotaping the crash of the airplanes into the World Trade Towers.
Several other men were detained after a van full of explosives was stopped outside of Manhattan.
Earlier, we had heard that an FBI spokesperson said that there was a report on the George Washington Bridge, which is another facility which you folks are responsible for policing, a report that there had been a van stopped there that had explosives.
Asked this week about another sprawling investigation and the detention of 60 Israelis since September 11th, the Bush administration treated the questions like hot potatoes.
I would just refer you to the Department of Justice with it. I'm not familiar with the report.
I'm aware that some Israeli citizens have been detained. With respect to why they are being detained and the other aspects of your question, whether it's because they are in intelligence services or what they were doing, I will defer to the Department of Justice and the FBI to answer that.
On March 6, 2002, a draft report from the DEA said it may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity. Despite all of this, all the Israelis were let go without any espionage charges being filed. Fox News anchors Brit Hume and Carl Cameron would do a 4-part investigation into these allegations in December of 2001 and yield stunning results.
It has been more than 16 years since a civilian working for the Navy was charged with passing secrets to Israel. Jonathan Pollard pled guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage and is serving a life sentence. At first, Israeli leaders claimed Pollard was part of a rogue operation, but later took responsibility for his work. Now, Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. Investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins. But when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information.
Now, when the FBI investigated, it quickly unraveled to be the largest foreign spy ring ever uncovered inside the United States, the largest. Even the Soviet Union had not been spying on the United States as much as Israel has been doing. So the FBI started to round up these spies. They started to arrest them very quietly, and they were about halfway through this process of rounding up this spy ring when 9/11 happened.
Numerous classified documents obtained by Fox News indicate that even prior to September 11th, as many as 140 other Israelis had been detained or arrested in a secretive and sprawling investigation into suspected espionage by Israelis in the United States. Investigators from numerous government agencies are part of a working group that's been compiling evidence since the mid-90s. These documents detail hundreds of incidents in cities and towns across the country that investigators say, quote, may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity. The first part of the investigation focuses on Israelis who say they are art students from the University of Jerusalem and Bezalel Academy. Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and or explosive ordnance units. Why would Israelis spy in and on the U.S.? A General Accounting Office investigation referred to Israel as Country A and said, quote, according to a U.S. intelligence agency, the government of Country A conducts the most aggressive espionage operation against the U.S. of any U.S. ally. The document concludes, quote, Israel possesses the resources and technical capability to achieve its collection objectives.
What about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected, none of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Brett.
It is now apparent that this intelligence ring was inside the U.S., had prior knowledge of 9/11, and had a classified role in 9/11, which officials refused to discuss. It was also able to penetrate U.S. intelligence agencies and secret offices, yet all were released. The men who were detained due to the report they were taping the first plane crash and then celebrating and joking about it actually went on television and admitted it was their job to record the attack.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
How could they have known about the attack? And who sent them to document it? The evidence points to a large intelligence network inside the United States that had teams on the ground, such as the ones recording the attack, and electronic surveillance teams gathering information.
How does it make you feel that they knew? How does it make you feel that the leaders of the United States, and I'm telling you, they all knew, the world, the leaders, they knew. And you've seen that they've actually gone out and admitted it, that they were there surveillancing, they were there to film it. So if you're going there to film it, that means you already know what's going to happen. How does that make you feel? Because to me, it makes me feel sick to my stomach, to be quite honest. Because that day, I remember watching it, ladies and gentlemen. I watched it in real time. I'll never forget it. It was a beautiful day. I was watching the gentleman speaking on the Weather Channel, and he was speaking, and behind him were the Twin Towers. And I'll never forget that day. And I saw the planes getting closer and closer. I'm going, they're going to smash. They're going to hit. And I knew, from that onwards, I knew that it was an inside job. I've always known it. I always said it. And these false flag events have been taking place worldwide. Mossad, CIA, all of them have been involved. It's disgusting and disgraceful. How many people died, suffered, And remember, the world changed. Now think about this. The new world order. They wanted us, to be under surveillance, under control, all that sort of stuff. Well, what do? You create an event like that changes the world. And I remember, ladies and gentlemen, when that happened, the world changed. Not just the United States, it had a ripple effect worldwide. And you know what? It's about time that the truth come out. It's about time that the truth be known. See, there's a lot of questions that I have, and there aren't answered, and I would love them to be answered. Oh, yes, Mr. Lutnick. He just happened to be one of the lucky ones that didn't go there. He was every single day, except that one right there. I don't know if you know the little story about him. No, he didn't go that day. Apparently his wife told him, no, you got to go pick up the children. Just that one day. Do you believe in coincidences? I don't. I would say that the old saying, your friend's close, but your enemy's closer. If you get my drift, with President Trump's cabinet, they happen to be the worst of the worst. And Lutnick happens to be one of these, shall we say, he's not short of $1. We know that for a fact. And I truly believe that President Trump is doing things for a reason. He's lining it all up. He's a master strategist. Oh, don't you worry. He has to play the game. Because, he has to play it right down to the wire. When people start getting arrested, as Q Drop 4 says, he's going to act all surprised. Very neutral. Very interesting times, ladies and gentlemen, as we progress. Now, as you see right there, the facts, evidence, and receipts speak for themselves. Now, not only had that happen, we've also had the other things. Operation Susanna, which is when Israel, they got some Egyptian Jews to stage a little event. They went and bombed cinemas, American libraries. I've been through that before. So in order to basically get the West to fight with Egypt. And also the USS Liberty. That's the other one. And, we're going to believe, that Netanyahu, he cares about, he doesn't care about anybody. He doesn't even care about his people. As I said, how do you stop your Mossad headquarters, your defense headquarters, and all those military assets not to get bombed? Put them in the middle of all the civilians. Because you know what? Anytime someone tries to do something there, out comes the victim. This is how kind of sick people we're talking about, sick Zionists that we're talking about here. You create a human shield. And that's exactly how they operate. Now, as I said, Netanyahu has always been a bad seed. 2002, he came out and he said about Iraq having weapons of mass destruction, about Saddam Hussein. But Saddam didn't want the central bank in there. He didn't want the Zionist hands in there. So what did they do? We got to conjure up something to win the hearts and the minds of the mass consciousness. So while they're going out there and bombing the shit out of Iraq and poor children and, you know, all that sort of thing, that, you know, no. We're cheering them on from the sidelines. How sick is that? And the military, let's talk about the military. The military under the commander-in-chief, regardless who it is, they command the military. The military do things without, you know, shall we say, they just got to do it. So in other words, you've got someone like George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Obama. They're commander-in-chief, and they abuse those powers for the military to go and do damage. And guess who are the ones that suffer? It's always the pawns, isn't it, in this little game of chess? And that's exactly what's going on with the military. They went to Iraq to bomb the shit out of... They've been given that whole cockamamie story about Saddam Hussein this and all these weapons of mass destruction that, because Bibi Netanyahu went out there and said it to the world and to the United States, the UK and all the Western world. And if they didn't comply, guess what? Your politicians are screwed. Your leaders are screwed, because guess what comes out? The good old anti-Semite label. Oh, yes. Because that one right there is a career destroyer. Care of the deep state, care of the cabal. And he went out there and he played that little game of his. You know what I mean? I know Saddam's got weapons of mass destruction. We better go there and kill him. And you know, while we're at it, let's go and bomb the shit out of Iraq because we care for the people. No, he doesn't even care for his own people. That's what I'm saying. The people are not to blame in Israel, because even them, without them knowing, they're being manipulated and they're being used as a bunch of human shields. So then you got Mr. Netanyahu going out there, convincing all the, you know, the hearts and the mind. Oh, yeah. And then we got people that went there, military killed, maimed. Have a look at this. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2002, Prime Minister Netanyahu convinced the United States of America to attack Iraq because he believed Saddam Hussein was making nuclear weapons. And they're nowhere to be found. Yes. He was wrong. No, he knew what he was doing. They knew what they were doing. They knew there was no weapons of mass destruction. They knew there was no nuclear weapons. And they knew there was never found. And they used the military as a means of doing their dirty work.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons.
And what have you seen now? The same rhetoric that was in 2002, and now in 2025, we got this.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those.
There you go. Future proves past. There's your future and there's your past. How does that make you feel? Future? No, now Iran. Before it was Iraq. Now you've seen also about the dancing Israelis, and they're admitting that they were there doing what they were doing for 9/11. And yeah, we've got these idiots on the sideline. Oh yeah, go. We love Israel. Yeah, we support Israel. Go Israel. Really now. But they don't bother doing their research. They don't bother finding about the USS Liberty. They're too busy bloody, you know what I mean, watching the Kardashians or watching the football, being distracted like a bunch of fools rather than doing their research and finding out the real facts and some receipts. And then you had Mr. Netanyahu bragging about how the Jewish lobbyists in the United States control U.S. policy. Have a look at this.
Netanyahu in the 80s brags how they control America. We own the Senate, the Congress, and we have a strong Jewish lobby on our side. We have strong influence over the general public. America won't force us into anything. Half a dozen wars ago.
אבל אנחנו הולכים למסלול התנגשות עם הממשל האמריקאי. ארצות הברית זה לא מקשה אחת, זה לא מקשה אחת. יש את הסנאט, יש את הקונגרס, יש את הכוח היהודי שהוא עצום.
We have the Senate, the Congress, and a record strong Jewish lobby on our side. I wonder who they are, Mr. Netanyahu. I wonder who are the ones that are in that lobby, shall we say. No, let me introduce you, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's about time that people started to smell the coffee, so to speak. You know, and stop being a bunch of fools and sitting there and cheering Israel this and Israel that. No, don't cheer them. And it's, as I've said, it's not the people, it's the other scumbuckets, right, that are running the show. Okay? Never forget this.
Everybody but me has an APAC person.
What's that mean, an APAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your APAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for APAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are firmly embedded in APAC. And
every member has something like this?
That's how it works on the Republican side. And when they come to DC, you go have lunch with them. And they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them.
That's absolutely crazy.
I've had 4 members of Congress say, I'll talk to my APAC person. And it's literally what we call them, my APAC guy. I'll talk to my APAC guy and see if I can get him to dial those ads back.
Why have I never heard this before?
Why would they want to tell their constituents that they've basically got a buddy system with somebody who's representing a foreign country? It doesn't benefit the congressman for people to know that, so they're not going to tell you that.
And you're telling me that Macy's bad? You know, I honestly, people really got to get their priorities right. People really need to know the truth, what's really going on, and see that it's not about the left, this left and right business. It's ridiculous. You've probably seen this left, right, left, right, right. No. They're both greased off on both sides of the coin. That's the reality of it. They're both greased off. And it's like, no, don't even bother with this left-right business, because they all serve the same beast. Right? That's what they do. Have a look at these guys right here. Chuck Schumer, $727,974. Then you got Mike Johnson. Isn't he on the right? Isn't he on the left? 823,685. And you know how many of them there are? There's so many of them, it's unbelievable. And you know, this is the thing. Do you think President Trump forgets? Think again.
The United States stands with the state of Israel. There's just, that's a 100% commitment.
Imagine the efforts of the Israeli military and the Mossad.
We will be standing side by side with them. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel, and that is not what Kamala Harris is about. We need to bring home Americans and end this war, bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel.
Including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will,
And so I close where I began by reiterating our strong support for our allies, very close allies and partners here in Israel, to the people of this great country, for whom we have tremendous love and respect for everything you're facing, have faced, and continue to face. It is an extraordinary story of bravery. A nation founded
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
בסוף זה לא רק החטופים שלא הצליחו וזה מחדל מטורף. שהוא היה על השולחן וכבר אמרו, האשמות היו.
That lady right there is an Israeli journalist. She was even sickened by the level of, shall we say, debauchery that BB staged for Musk. Yes, right. You heard correctly, Elon Musk. And I've been saying about Elon Musk isn't a good seed either. Now, Bibi went there and he staged this whole thing as if they attacked this whole area there. And this Israeli journalist, that's what I'm saying, it's not the people. It's the ones up the top that pull the strings. She's exposing them.
מה קורה איתנו? כמה נפגעי נפש מסתובבים בינינו? אם אפשר להגיד רגע לירז, איפה הוא איבד אותי? הוא איבד אותי ביום שהוא הגיע לכפר עזה. נכנס לבית של נרצחים, וכאילו זה לא מספיק מה שעברנו, ביים את המקום, נכנס עם אילון מאסק.
He faked the area, all that, and got in with Elon Musk. You know, I've been right about Elon all along.
נכנס עם אילון מאסק, הכניס הגלול פנימה, שלא היה שם, זרק בפנים תרמילים של תחמושת, ואחרי זה, יום אחרי אני הייתי שם וזה היה זרוק בחוץ. מי שמביים, אחרי הטבח שעברנו את ה7 באוקטובר, כדי להוציא, זה אומר שהוא לא מבין מה קרה לנו, והוא לא לוקח אחריות, ושמה הוא איבד אותי. אני הייתי בשוק כשראיתי את זה.
What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, the defense of Israel.
Now, do you see why I say what I say about good old Bongino and Patel?
Israel, the defense of Israel.
The liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing, as was my custom, the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history.
That's a bunch of rubbish. Number one, Israel was formed in 1948, Mr. Cotton. It was formed in 1917 using the Balfour Agreement with Lord Rothschild. So he's already basically saying lies. Straight off the bat. Lying after lie after lie. It was known as Palestine before. And that is the Balfour Agreement, ladies and gentlemen, right there. What you're seeing on the screen. And that's how much Mr. Cotton gets from the Jewish lobbyists called AIPAC. They sponsor that senator or the person from the House representative, but they expect something from you. You think they're giving you that money for nothing? Think again. That's why they keep, you'll notice that the ones that speak about Israel this and Israel that, Israel. You see Macy, he's not like that because he's got nothing to do with AIPAC. He's in fact kicked them out. Mr. Cotton and others, oh yes, others like Mr. Rubio, 1 million. And you say he's at the right and the left, no, it's all the same shit. They all serve the same beast. Hillary was on 4 million.
You consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I am a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense and the way America comes alongside them as their...
So for those that sit there and love Pete Hegseth, no, don't. Don't. I've got plenty of little FCB truth bombs that you can go and see what he's all about.
Said that you support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume.
Now pay attention to what President Trump, back when he was 45th, now he's got to play that game. He's amongst the snakes, right? Remember that song about the snake song? Yeah, no, he means all them, that he's surrounded by snakes. Now, have a listen to him when he was the 45th and what he says.
20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide?
Oh, yes. Do you think our troops were committing genocide? The thing is, the troops were told what to do. Now, you think about it. You got a crooked commander-in-chief, the brass all crooked and all that. You got to do what you're told.
Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not.
I was saddened by the fate of the Palestinian people. They deserve a far better life. They deserve the chance to achieve their extraordinary potential. Palestinians have been trapped in a cycle of terrorism, poverty, and violence, exploited by those seeking to use them as pawns to advance terrorism and extremism.
So true.
The United States stands
could not be any more truer. And just to think that we've been saying, oh, the deep state is Obama, the deep state's this and that. No, they're puppets. Yeah, they're part of the deep state. But realistically speaking, the deep state has still been around. You've seen who the deep state is. State of Israel. Those lobbyists like AIPAC and many other of those manifestations. They're the deep state as well. What does the deep state do? They control. Well, what does AIPAC do? What do these other Jewish lobbyists do? They manipulate and they control. And you heard it from Bibi Netanyahu's own mouth. I showed you. Now we're going to continue to sit on the sidelines and cheer Israel on. People don't realize that President Trump has to do what he has to do. You know that President Trump is a master strategist, chess player, 4D chess player. He reads the art of war. Now, we know what's going on But there are people out there that think we're a bunch of bastards because we're not with Israel. That we don't sit there like them and cheer them on. And you've seen that there is these false prophets that go around like Paula White Cain and others, Julie Green and many others, that go around and they play the game that Netanyahu is the chosen one for Israel and this and that. And even Kim Clement, when he was in Israel, he was talking it up, loved Israel. He got his prophecies all screwed up. Don't worry about that, been through that many times. And if you haven't seen my Truth Bomb section, ladies and gentlemen, you should. You should go and pay a visit to my Truth Bomb section. Okay, because you'll learn quite a bit. All right, now you go to Rumble, or you can go to the link tree. Right, now on the link tree, you got access to everything. So you got link tr.ee/FCB Collective, and you got all these links. Now here we've got the FCB Decode Truth Bombs. Click on that, and off we go. I'm going to be adding more truth bombs, don't you worry, as we go along. But you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, got leaving. I did a decode, leaving Israel for last. What is clickbait? To do with the Grahams, like Billy Graham and Franklin Graham, how they're involved with the filth. And then we've got, many other different things. The Ghost in the Machine, Kim Clement, the false prophet. I've got it all in there. And I'll be adding more as I go along. Now, that is for everyone's benefit. Please go there. And these truth bombs are designed so if anyone gives you grief, just drop a little bomb there. And I'll guarantee you they won't be coming back again. Because the truth bomb that I'm doing now is Mr. Netanyahu. That's going to be my next truth bomb in the truth bomb section. I'm going to have that little video there, that video that I compiled. Don't you worry, I'm going to compile that one, fix it up really nice into a nice little FCB truth bomb, and it's going to go up there. And anyone that says, we support the state of Israel, just drop that one there. And I guarantee you, after that, watch that, they're going to either have a meltdown, okay, or they won't be going for the Israel anymore. One or the other. Because you know what? There are so many mindless people out there, it's just ridiculous. And you think to yourself, well, hold on a minute. You're supposed to be for America first. And yet, you're putting state of Israel first. How does that work? And just to think of this, I mean, just what Q says, that the end won't be for everybody. That's true. And that 99% will end up in the hospital. That is true again. Because when it all comes out, and this is the thing, you think about Epstein Island. Now, Epstein Island is connected to the Mossad, the state of Israel once again. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein is an Ashkenazi Jew. He's a puppet. He's the one that they've been running that little thing there, Epstein Island, and it's a honeypot operation. Then on top of him, you got Ghislaine Maxwell, that happened to be his handler, the one that makes sure that he does what he's being told. By who? By the Mossad, her daddy, right? Her daddy, Robert Maxwell, and her daddy works for the Mossad. And you know who the Mossad is? State of Israel again. Everything points in that direction. And this is the thing, when that all comes out, how it all points to that direction, then you got the other one, which is 9/11. If it was me, I'd hit 9/11 first. And the reason why is because I'll tell you why. From a strategic point of view, you really want to bring it all down, you'd hit 9/11 and you put a bitter taste in their mouth straight off the bat. Because let me tell you something, that day was a very harsh day. It was a sore spot for not only American, but for the people in the world. Now, you think about this for a moment. That gets exposed, that they're connected to that. Like, the dancing Israelis. I mean, they weren't dancing the Nahila Gava, whatever it is, dance for nothing. You know what I mean? They were celebrating. They were there to see the whole thing happen. That means they knew. And if they knew, they were behind. They know there were others that knew and were behind it. And they were connected to the state of Israel. Now, when that all comes out, can you think about what it will do to people? Think about it. Don't you think it would make people angry? Especially those people that lost people there. Don't you think it would piss them off? It would, wouldn't it? So then you're ready, you start with that one. Then you start leading into the other stuff. Right, that one there, this, that, the other. You establish everything based on facts, evidence, and receipts. The USS Liberty, Operation Susanna or Levant Affair, and you keep going on and on and on because they've got their invisible hands everywhere, and all these roads lead over in that direction. They say roads lead to Rome. No, roads lead over there. Not all roads lead to Rome. It leads all over to the state of Israel. Now, when you got that going on, and you start bringing that, everything can snowball off that because guess what? Who was also controlling Hollywood? The state of Israel. Remember, the porn industry, that as well. I've proven it to you. OnlyFans, I've shown you this, that the OnlyFans, the owner of OnlyFans, happens to be an Ukrainian American Jew or fake Jew. And he gives millions and millions of dollars to that organization called AIPAC, the one that I showed you, that greases off your very politicians. Then you got all the others. I mean, people got to realize that this whole porn industry is connected to them as well. Hollywood, connected to them. All the roads lead there. Now think about that. When the 9/11 comes out, you think President Trump doesn't know? Remember what President Trump said back in the day. Now one day you will know about what happened in 9/11. He said it. You've also seen videos of him saying that, that building, I know buildings because he builds them. There's no way that thing could have done the way it went down. He knew it himself. You think he doesn't know? But he knows. That's why Q says this very last thing. And it makes perfect sense and all the world of sense to me. When you get Q drop 916, we are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. Q. Last. Not mentioned a single time. Why? Because it all connects over there. All the roads, all the filth. Because think about Israel is like this. Why did they go after that piece of land? Why did the Rothschilds choose that piece of land? Well, very simple. Jerusalem, 3 religions. The 3 religions control the world. You control those 3 religions. You control the hearts and the minds of the masses. And then, when you've got all these others surrounding, like Lebanon, Lebanon hasn't been around for a long time, neither has the Middle East, and that was all created by them. Done by design to create destabilization, control. It's all about control. And this is the thing now, you've got to undo all that. Think about President Trump. He's got to undo all this. And not only he's got to undo it, but he's got to undo the damage that the cabal have done as far as programming the masses. And then people are under the illusion that they live in a country. What is a country? Well, let's have a look. Canada, who was the first ones? Well, it wasn't that, it was indigenous to begin with. But then France took it, it became New France. Then it was the British. There was the French and the British. They're the two players there. And the French created Lebanon. And the British went and, it was the French first in Canada. Then it was the British. The British have had their finger everywhere. They created Palestine. They created a lot of these Middle Eastern countries. They've done it by design. They put their degenerates and they call them, you know what I mean? Oh, they're the kings of Saudi Arabia. No, that's all their creation as well. King of Jordan, another, shall we say, stooge as well. All bunch of degenerates. Don't you worry, they're all a bunch of degenerates, and they're all Freemasons. This thing about, Yasser Arafat giving a shit about these Palestinian people, don't even think that. It's all a bunch of crap. PLO, that was all a bunch of bullshit. They all play both sides of the coin. They create the Axis and the Allies. They create the left and the right. They create the good and the bad. All it is one big illusion. And that's all about the black and the white, which goes back to the checkerboard with the Freemasonry. It's all to do with control. You think, as I said, Yasser Arafat gave a shit about the Palestinian people? He was a bloody Freemason himself. So was the King of Jordan. People don't realise what a tangled web that is woven. These leaders, like, fascist and this, it's all part of the same ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. And then, World War I, World War II, that's another thing. Opium wars, control. Oh, no. Hitler won the... he lost. No, they didn't. This is the thing. People really need to go and dig deep and find out the truth. And I've explained it over and over again. Go and watch my Truth Bomb section when I decoded about Israel. And I explained what Israel is. Basically, it's a man back in the day, and he had children, and they call them the 12 tribes of Israel. State of Israel is something that the Zionists did. They blurred the lines between their bullshit and, they try to annex the real Jewish religion or the, Judea. Now, think about this. Where's that word Jewish come from? Judea. Judea happened to be a region of Palestine. Go and watch that decode. I explained it in a lot of detail, guys. It's in the Truth Bomb section. And this is what we're seeing right now. What we're witnessing is this undoing of the cabal's creation. That's what we're witnessing. Now, people are thinking that Iran is, working against President Trump. No, don't even think that. Everything's been done by design because they're bringing down the state of Israel. Go and watch that decode that I did. I explained it in detail. Now, what are we going to expect? I mean, there's so much things going on. Ukraine, Russia, still on fire. Things still going on there. China are against what Israel did. Russia are against what Israel did. North Korea are against what Israel did. So you're seeing that the lines are being drawn. Pakistan has said we stand by our Iranian brothers. You know when Q tells you it's going to be biblical? It literally is. What we're experiencing right now, well, think about it. It's Israel, all right, there, over there, Palestine, whatever it is. It's all biblical there. We're experiencing a lot of biblical events. And what we need to do is to make sure that we maintain our calm no matter what comes our way. Because you're going to be seeing a lot of panic. You're going to be seeing a lot of people. Remember, you see things differently like I do. You see things from a logical standpoint, from being the observer, not the absorber. And they're absorbing it all. They're, basically absorbing it all. They're seeing what's going on with Israel, Iran. You got people that are siding with Palestine. You got people siding with Israel. Okay. But never before have we seen people to this magnitude go against Israel. Never before, let's be honest. Otherwise, you would have been met with an anti-Semite label and we'd have been ridiculed. So, yeah, we are expecting escalation. That is needed. And I've said it time and time again, that we need escalation in order to get to Q drop 521. Very fundamental. A scare necessary event. And it says here that not everything will be clean. Scare necessary event. Do you trust the US military? Well, we do. You see that the military came out for a reason today. You've seen how the military have shown their presence. That was all done by design. The deep state were about detaching the military from this so the civilians wouldn't have any contact with the military and try to drive a divider between them. President Trump is the unifier. He's about unification. Today, what he did, he unified, shall we say, not only America, but the world. Those who know. Those who are blinded by hatred, who are programmed, who are basically manipulated, you can't help them at this point. That's why I say a scare necessary event is required. Because that's the only way you're going to grab their attention. Now, would you say it's a coincidence that we watched that movie, Leave the World Behind, and I did a massive decode on that? You got to watch it. 2-part series, I did it. Have a look at that movie. Who's the main players in that movie? North Korea, Russia, China, Iran. What are we seeing right now? Would you say that movie, remember, Netflix, everybody watches it, all the normies, they watch it. Right? So what a better place to go and play a movie like that? Would you say it's all been done by design? Yes. Done by design to seed a mass consciousness. All these little cyber attacks were to give people a taste of what's to come. All these things that are happening right now is to give people a taste of the events that are about to take place. It's about preparing the masses, and at all costs, not President Trump has been avoiding civil war. Q clearly tells us no civil war. And when you watch that movie, what's interesting that he says the biggest fear is the coup d'etat. Well, what does Q tell us? Tells us that they tried to do a coup d'etat on a sitting president, President Trump, who was behind it, Obama, who apparently did the movie. It was Obama and his butt buddy, Big Mike, Leave the World Behind. You think it's a coincidence? There are none. You know that Space Force also controls cyberspace. President Trump made them the number one, most important branch in the military. Why? Because they control cyberspace as well. Yeah, they came out on X one time and they said, by the way, yeah, we control your banks and ATM. Have a great day. In other words, they're giving us the heads up. You know, hey, we're in control. Now, you know, you're seeing all these things. The world is on fire. Now, you saw Biden. We know that was all a joke. Let's be honest. The auto pen, and we know that's not even political decoys being used, and that's all fact. And who was really running the show was him. To provide contrast. Why do you need contrast? So you can avoid civil war. So then people can appreciate what they had before. And it did translate into a red wave. You saw it. So what President Trump is, a master genius. Don't you worry about that. He knows what he's doing. Very switched on man. Very switched on. And that's what I'm saying. You know, today was a very important day because it was to reunify the military, to bring in the military. Why? Okay, it was to basically show the strength of the military, that they're there, what they're there for. They had this whole day where they were interacting with the masses, with the public. But also it was much bigger than that because they're getting them used to them. So when the time does come, that their presence isn't going to be as fearful. That they know that they are protectors. And we know that there are laws that have been pre-lifted worldwide to allow them to do what they must do. And now, look, you could see that we are heading into uncharted waters. We literally are. And we must remain calm. We must stand with the facts, evidence, and receipts because we cannot work with hearsay. We know what hearsay is. It's not facts. It's not evidence, and it's not receipts. Hearsay is something, basically misinformation. That's why one thing that I learned, ladies and gentlemen, because I can call myself a journalist now, an international journalist, because I earned my credentials. Not only have I created that skill set, worked hard, decoding, but also studied and have become that as well, have qualified. And one thing that I have learned is that when you do something, make sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's. That's a very fundamental part of what I was, basically going and doing the course. Part of it was also fact checking. Because one thing you got to realize is that as a journalist, it's your reputation is at stake, but also the reputation. If you're working for a media company, so is their reputation. But also The other thing is that they said is that you have a duty of care to give out the right information. And I thought about it and I thought, you know what, that's true. We do have a duty of care to give out the right information. It's like the doctors. They have the duty of care. That's why they swear the Hippocratic Oath. To do their patient no harm. Now, the information that comes out there has to be factual. Because you know what? You could say something and that could really tip somebody over. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I do what I do. As an investigative journalist, I make sure that I do my homework. I do my research. I don't go around and spread rumours, hearsay, date promising. And doing that is basically, how can I say, setting people up for disappointment, missing an appointment. And you know there are others that go out there and they do it. They don't take what they do as they're not even a journalist, let's be honest. A lot of people that pick up their microphone and they start talking. They don't do this kind of level of production work, this kind of level of research. And they go around and all they have on their mind is creating sensationalism, hearsay, to attract a following. Now, Q has warned us about that as well. Be careful who you follow. Because some of them are in for it for the money. Because the more they attract, the more money they make. To them, it's just a game. To them, it's about making money. They don't care, they don't realise and respect the fact that their information that they give has an impact on how people feel, on their thought processes. They don't think that way. I do. That's the difference. I care just like Coco does. I care. I take great pride in what I do, and I do this day in and day out. That's why, this is what I'm saying. Being a journalist has responsibility. And the thing is, think about why President Trump has called them fake news. Think about that. Because literally they have been fake news. They've not, honoured and respected their title as a journalist. And they go around and they basically become a bunch of whores to money. They've put their, shall we say, their good conscience to the side and they don't care. Whereas I do. I take what I do very seriously. I take pride in what I do. And you see that, ladies and gentlemen, that in this journey, from where I began to where I am now, from the years of hard work and effort, you could see that I obviously take what I do very seriously. And I have a duty of care to make sure you have the right information. And that's why I even say to my team, to Soren and Carol, they know how I work. I love those two guys. They're awesome because they get it. They'll look at something and they'll say, have a look at that. It's a bunch of bullshit. And I'll say, you're right. It is a bunch of bullshit. Because they do their due diligence and they make sure that that what they research is based on facts, evidence, and receipts because they've gotten into that particular way of doing things. And I'm hoping that the people that do watch me employ those same tactics as well. I truly do. Because I think we're past the stage where we can believe in the fairy tales because you know what? That's not doing us any favors at all. It certainly ain't. Because that's why we continue to have that bad label put on us, because we go around and we spread misinformation from what others have been saying out there. And because there's so many, we have our own little echo chamber effect going on. And what I've always been about, and ask Carol will vouch for me, because I say it all the time, is about putting the word truth back into the word movement and meaning something. Because as far as I'm concerned, that has been tarnished. That particular label has been tarnished. I want anybody that watches this show to be able to say, you know what, this man right here, he speaks the truth. How can I dispute what he's saying because he's basing everything on the facts, evidence, and receipts? Reaching out and red pilling somebody that's been black pilled is an ultimate challenge. But how do you red pill a black pilled person? Facts, evidence, and receipts. And you cannot go wrong that way. You just cannot. And that's the methods that I've adapted. Yes, I am a Q decoder. I've sworn an oath to Q, which is military intelligence. That is fact. That has been proven. Those that go around and call us all these other names don't do their research. Or they're part of the, shall we say, the deep state themselves. Whereas we know that military intelligence exists. You see, Fort Bragg. You got military intelligence there. You got the 4th and 8th Division of the Psychological Operations Group that are out there as well. And the thing is, these entities that go out there and they call Q a PSYOP. Does a PSYOP want you to think for yourself? Does a PSYOP... Normally a PSYOP is someone that gives you the answers or the narrative. But no, Q, or military intelligence, wants us to use our intelligence to work it out for ourselves using facts, evidence, and receipts. And that's what it means to decode things from a logical standpoint, logical perspective, is when you break things down, explain it. So then anyone can get it. That's when you can call yourself a master decoder. And it takes a lot of time and effort. It truly does. Anyone that sits there, and I've seen it, ladies and gentlemen, they pick up the timestamp and drop the mic. Anyone can do it. But if no one can sit there and explain it and sit there and say, what does that mean? Or is it really comms? Not everything is comms, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to go through things and you're able to work out. Look, I've gotten to a point where I know what is comms and what isn't. President Trump isn't going to give you comms all the time. Scavino isn't going to give you comms all the time. No. But you know when the comms come, because you need to dig deeper. You just can't go by a timestamp. I mean, anyone can do that. You can get a little kid to do that and no problem. And do you think that the deep state weren't looking at the Q drops as well? What, do you think that the whiteouts or the military intelligence are that stupid? think again. That's what Q tells us, as well. Certain things, like the Socratic method, use your mind, use your logic. Always asks questions. That's invoking thought. And that's how Q works. But as I said, I've seen so many of these people, they just go around scribble. It's just a timestamp. Really, there's a lot more layers when you decode. And you could see, ladies and gentlemen, the layers that are involved. And I'm trying to show people that. And hopefully everyone gets it. So anyway, guys, hopefully you enjoyed today's show to do with the 250th anniversary of the Army. The parade was amazing. It truly was amazing. I was blown away. And I know exactly why President Trump did it. And I explained it. That man is a genius. Now, let's see what happens. I've got my finger on the pulse, the proverbial pulse. Let's see what happens with Iran and Israel. Let's see where this leads. Let's see what other countries get involved with this conflict. Let's see what happens with President Trump. Our eyes have got to be everywhere. But know this. Never think that the deep state are in control. That's the devil's workshop working. No, it isn't the way you should be thinking. Be the observer, not the absorber. Be someone that stands in their power, not in fear. There's a lot of people that have got doubts. Oh, are you sure this? Well, that's the devil's workshop. Do you think for a moment, now use your logic, would we be able to speak about these kind of topics? Would all these facts, evidence, and receipts present themselves against the deep state, against the cabal, if they were in control? No. Rest assured, your commander-in-chief, our commander-in-chief, has got this in control. I want to say thank you to Soren and Carol. You guys are awesome. Also, guys, just to give you the heads up, I've been working in getting this website with the merch sorted out. So very soon, you'll be able to buy these, okay, which is a gold zipper jumper, okay, FCB decode top, okay, what they call sweatshirt or sweat. It's like a jump. We call them jumpers, but I think they call sweatshirts or something. I think, is that right, Carol? Is that what you call them? Sweatshirts? I think they're called sweatshirts, aren't they? So we've got these going on. We've also got the hoodie. All right, let me show you the gear, guys. All right, number one. There we go. So this is the back of what I'm wearing. All right, so this is the front. Good quality material. All right, this is after the golden age, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I've done it in that shimmering gold, old gold look. At the back of it is God's army, because we're all part of God's army. Where we go one, we go all. Also, we got the original hoodie that I wore in the streets when I was protesting. And you see me wear it many, many times with the Q Punisher and the FCB decode logo. Behind it, ladies and gentlemen, is God's army. And it says, yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. That's in Psalms. Also on the side, we have the where we go one, we go all. So you can make sure that people see it and you can shove it straight in front of their face. That's on the right sleeve. Another thing we have is this one right here. FCB was right about everything. Right? Also, what else do we have? We have the original FCB t-shirts with the original logo, the FCB decode in red, and at the back, ladies and gentlemen, God's Army, where we go one, we go all. I've also got the Golden Age t-shirts as well that are made out of 100% US cotton. No garbage, right? With a shimmering old gold look. And behind it, in the back, God's Army, where we go on, we go all, fcbcollective.com. Never give up or in. That's at the back of it. We've also got President Trump's Golden Age Fight, Fight, Fight t-shirt. All in gold. After all, it's the Golden Age. And matching hat as well. Golden Age Fight, Fight, Fight as well. I'm also going to be doing the Kraken. So there'll be the Kraken logo, FCB Kraken logo. And I'll also be doing the Pulse. And there'll be different designs, but the same quality material. No garbage here, ladies and gentlemen. None whatsoever. And as you know, how long has it taken me to get this going? Because you know what? At the end of the day, what I need to get out is, number one, quality. Because when you wear it, it's got to last. Number two, it's got to serve a purpose and a function. Keep you warm. Or when you're in summer now, over in the States and all that, in the north, you wear the t-shirts. And they look cool as well with the gold. Those who are in the colder areas and you want to buy the hoodie, let me tell you something. Carol's got one, Soren's got one, and they are so warm like you wouldn't believe. Right? Even Carol says, yeah, you're right, Carol. Carol's got them, they're high quality. And as I said, you know, what I'm looking at doing is producing nothing but high quality. And the manufacturer, I've vetted them as well to make sure that I'm happy with them. And I've been very happy. Just put it that way. Even the hats, they've got the padding, amazing. I've never come across those kind of hats with that kind of thick padding at the front. So the quality is really, really good stuff. I wouldn't be selling you garbage. Just put it that way. I don't want to do that to you. I'd rather not sell anything at all, to be quite honest. No, I'm very happy with this. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get it all sorted this week. All right, what are we now? Today is Saturday. So by this week, we'll should have it up there. I will put it up over on the link tree. So it'll be one of these little tabs over here. You click on it, and it'll take you directly to the website with all the merch. And you'll be given options. So, for example, the different sizes, they come in different sizes, but also you can choose to get them done at a quicker rate. It costs a little bit more money. And a quick DHL delivery express. Now, to give you a comprehension, I did Soren, and Soren's over in Denmark, and I put the order in, and he had it within the week. That's how quick you can get them. And Carol's took about, was it a week and a half, Carol, to get? But you know what? When you wear these things, you're going to know that they're quality, and basically it's just going to be like me giving you a hug. You know what I mean? BFCB giving you a nice little hug there over there. So once again, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Please don't forget, hit the like button. Let's share it around the place. All right. Let's get the message out there. Oh, yeah, by the way, did you see my little coffee thing? Oh, yes. I tried it today, and let me tell you, that thing is phenomenal. Carol, I tried it. You know, that coffee? You know which coffee? Let me show you. It looks like the Punisher. I should go and get him to put the Q on it as well. But that coffee, oh, forget about it. It tastes good. It tastes good. But put it this way, from having no sleep or hardly any sleep to having this coffee, I'm pretty much wired for sound, so to speak. All right. Now, this coffee, ladies and gentlemen, you probably seen, let me see if I can find it. It's some really good stuff. Here it is. They might as well call it the Punisher coffee, Carol. Even, what does it says? Even stronger. Oh, yes, it is strong. It's from the Killer Coffee Company. I'm not promoting him. I'm just showing you what I drank. And let me tell you, the shit does work. It really puts lead in your pencil. It really keeps you going hard, even though you haven't had any sleep. You don't need those little energy drinks. You don't need that kind of garbage. Just get this. The Killer Coffee Company, even stronger coffee, darker side, yes. Yeah, it's a bitter free. No, it's actually a very good tasting cup of Joe. Just put it that way. And that thing right there, I had it and it's like, wow. Yeah, no, you don't need any of that guarana, any of that sports drinks crap, V drinks, Red Bulls, whatever you drink. No, you don't need that. All you need is a hit of that stuff right there. I mean, look at it. It's got the Punisher. I mean, the Punisher looks like pretty mean on there. That looked pretty good on the T-shirt, wouldn't it? There. Carol, if you had that, forget about it. You'd be, you wouldn't go to sleep for days on end. I don't think anyone would. So anyway, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for your support, your unwavering support. Now, if you would like to, I want to say thank you to those who have donated. I really, truly appreciate that. Okay, your donations go to, obviously keeping the lights on. We look at ways of improving the platform, so I'm going to need some more equipment here because I'm getting more and more technical. I don't have a producer, so I'm going to be doing it all, and I need to have the equipment to be able to do a lot more things as far as production work's concerned. If you would like to donate, you can donate. You go to the Linktree thing, linktr.ee/FCB Collective. Then click on here. Shout me one of those killer coffees. All right. Coffee shout or donate with credit card, or you can do it with PayPal. Okay. It's not compulsory. If you want to do it, it's entirely up to you. I don't put anything behind a paywall. I never have and I never will. I truly believe in true freedom. Always stood by that. So anyway, guys, God bless you all. And let's see what happens, eh? But also, I think I've got a pulse tomorrow, haven't I, Carol? Let's see if that happens. Yeah, let's see what I can pull together for that one. And I called it Psy Wars, because we literally are living in a Psy War, ladies and gentlemen. In multiple Psy Wars. Now, you know what Psy Wars stand for? Psychological warfare. We literally are in it. And there are so many things that are happening right now. And the psychological warfare is not just, shall we say, on the battleground. It's also what's happening in our daily lives, what's being portrayed out in the mainstream media. Okay. Things that are, shall we say, there is so much narratives being thrown out to the mass consciousness, left, right, and center, done by design, okay, for a reason. That's part of psychological warfare as well. So anyway, guys, God bless you all. Thank you. And yeah, don't forget to give us
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord. Oh Lord, well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you couldn't wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence. No, you don't believe. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some strangers